Okay, so we will ignore what just happened earlier. And now I am actually live. Now I'm actually audible. And yeah, so it's Landfall coverage of Hurricane Francine, which you can see on screen here, approaching the Louisiana coastline, where landfall is expected within the next few hours or so. Technical difficulties now sorted out. And yeah, landfall going to occur within the next few hours with this hurricane. And I guess we can start off by going through some of the things. Or maybe we waiting until a bit more viewers come in. I don't know. Um. So until that happens, I'm gonna start rambling a little bit. I don't want to say it now, and then they're like 20 viewers or more in a stream in like 5-10 minutes, and I have to repeat all of it again. So we just Hurricane Francine on the screen, heading towards the northeast, going to make landfall the next few hours, and thankfully it appears as though Francine is weakening on approach. It's always good. It's often said that when these storms make landfall while they're still strengthening, like for example Michael did, they have a bit more oomph to them, while if they're weakening like this or the momentum is not on their side, also they tend to disintegrate quicker after making landfall. That weakening is because there is a westerly shear over top of the system. Maybe if I go to the water vapor RGB loop, you can see it a little bit. Yeah, you can see it a little bit here. Or most importantly, you can see these feathery clouds being blown swiftly towards the north and east. That's a subtropical branch of the jet stream. You also see these cloud elements down here moving towards the north and east. So there is some westerly, southwesterly shear acting on the system, quite strong shear, in fact. And it is having a weakening effect along with all of this dry air. You can see black coloring over the northern Mexican highlands all the way up here into Tennessee, the Mid-Atlantic region, even all the way up to Kentucky here. All of this is black, colored in black, which means dry all levels. As air is bone dry, it's being swept into the system, undercutting the moist mid-level and upper level outflow layer that is building up here. So, for instance, up here, it does look as though it's pretty moist. It's in purple, which usually means high, deep clouds, moist upper levels, and moist mid levels. There's a combination of these two. But I would suspect underneath this is just masking some dry air at a low level still. So I said this air here is bone dry. So yes. This is bone chilling dry air, and it's weakening the storm, thankfully, at the moment. But yeah, Francine heading towards landfall, and we can actually see the weakening that this storm is having on the screen right here. Actually, hold on, let me pull up something else real quick here. So yeah, let me the NOAA. Is this the no? Oh, okay. Can't pull up anything else, right? Gotta pull up the NOAA reconnaissance mission. It was also in the storm. Only having the aircraft reconnaissance here on screen. I'm not going to go through the effort of recentering this window. You can see here this is from the Hurricane Hunters of the Air Force Reserve, which left about, was about 3.5 hours ago. Anyway, as you see here on the reconnaissance mission that the pressure had been rising. When they first got it, it was 975. And the left was 977 millibars at the center fix. In fact, the NOAA Hurricane Hunter mission, which unfortunately is a bit distorted right now, but if you look closely here, it shows this trend a little bit more clearly, where you have the 972 millibar when they first got there, and when they left, which was about 2 hours after the Air Force reconnaissance flight left. But this last pass was made a bit before that. It was only down to 979 millibar. They're typically, no reconnaissance typically in there about 6 hours. And in this 6-hour period, the pressure had risen by about 7 millibars. So this is a sign of weakening for Francine as she approaches landfall, going roughly in this direction, somewhere along the coast right here. So that is good news. That is good news. The Hurricane Hunters of the Air Force Reserve are currently departing for a new mission into Francine, which is going to be their landfall mission. I would assume that typically they do another dual reconnaissance, so the other airplane of the NOAA Hurricane Hunters should also come in. In fact, they already entered the storm. Yeah, okay, so the image here is behind. Looks like they've already entered the storm. You can see here, and it does not appear as though Francine is weakened more. Although SFMR, which is using an instrument, is taking microwave measurements of the reflectance of the sea surface. And when you see here, it's about 90 knots flight level winds, which is what we had earlier, and the MSLP extrapolated. So this is basically like the pressure the aircraft barometer is measuring, and then they are estimating what the surface pressure would be based on that extrapolated pressure. 975 millibars, so it's roughly in the ballpark where it was when the last reconnaissance mission left. 90 knot winds at the 700 millibar flight level. You reduce this by a factor of 90%, and you get about 80 knots at the surface. So that is broadly the same ballpark we are talking about here as we did earlier. That is good. Now, but yeah, that is very, very good. Actually, that's not good. We want to see more weakening. So Anyway. Although it has to be said, another eye feature on the enhanced infrared loop. Maybe an eye feature on the enhanced infrared. No, it's just an eye on the visible, and it's an enhanced infrared set. Invisible right here. Could be. Not sure. Maybe. Kind of hard to tell what that is. There's the storming landfall on your screen. There's another perspective on things. Anyway, so this is another view of the storm. This is on the radar imagery, and it is actually looking like it may actually come in a bit east of the Morgan City area, right about here. And it is evacuating to the coast quite risky. You see the core still holding together, still holding strong in here. If this banding coming on shore here is our tornado threat with this as well. The Storm Prediction Center has issued a tornado watch for this area up here as well. So moving quite briskly towards the north and east towards its eventual landfall. Along the coast, again, the core holding together in the eye wall, about to come on shore in the not too distant future, which is probably going to pack some of the strongest winds based on WSR 88D Doppler velocity radar as part of the eye wall is. So this is a new mesoscale discussion. I believe it to be a new mesoscale discussion. That has been issued by the Storm Prediction Center. I think it's an old one, never mind. Yeah, moving quite briskly towards the north and east. This is and actually pull up the. This is not it. Is this really not it? I can briefly pull up the cone here. I'm going to pull up the new cone, new and improved cone, because we love the new cone. So this is the current wind field as of, well, this is 1 p.m. CDT. I'm not American. I have no clue how long that is ago. So it's quite a large, expansive tropical storm wind field. Already on where the tropical storm wind field is. You can see there are tropical storm warnings and watches extending far inland. Hurricane warning right here is this area extending all the way pretty much towards New Orleans, maybe? I'm not sure. And tropical storm watches all the way over to Mobile and all the way over to Lake Charles on the other side and far inland into Mississippi's tropical storm watch, extending even further inland, pretty much almost to the latitude of Jackson. Hurricane watches and warnings, as I said, expanding all the way into the New Orleans metro area. So that is the current situation. As you can see, it's moving off to the west and northeast and then briskly evacuating northward up the Mississippi Valley, going to dissipate quite quickly by Thursday evening. I was saying earlier that the waning of the convection could also be partially as a result of what we call the diurnal cycle, the daily cycle. Tropical cyclone convection tends to go through this cycle where it waxes and wanes with the radiation of the sun, warming the upper level temperatures, reducing the thermal gradient and so on. So this could play a part here as well, in addition to the shear. But as I said earlier, based on reconnaissance, it does appear as though it is holding its own. She is holding her own right now. I should have actually prepared like 2 different window captures. So I have to adjust this every time I open up a new window. Right here. But yeah, that is Francine heading towards her eventual landfall. Yeah, Francine continues to head towards landfall. You see now no longer really wrapping any convection around the center. So not really any sign of continued strengthening for the storm. So not really any sign that Francine is strengthening. Reconnaissance data also not indicating that. It's always a good sign when the storm is not strengthening on its final approach to landfall. We love to see that. And the worst case scenario clearly not coming to pass. That is good. They fix the reconnaissance, fix the pressure at 981 millibars. So that is a further increase in pressure. Of course, the higher the pressure, the weaker the system is. So yeah, that's reconnaissance data and indicating actually that it is weakening a little bit. That is good. So that is good. What we love to see, love to hear. Great. It's really hard to keep focused and keep talking when you know that at some point there's. Oh my, that's just turned off. Never mind. Okay. Anyway, so this is the latest radar loop. I should just stop looking at this. People. So this is again the radar loop. There's no more tornado warning. What I can show very briefly is the tornado watch that is in effect for parts of the country. Yeah, that's a great sentence. There is the, that's very big. This would not be that big. There is the tornado watch for parts of southeastern Louisiana, including Gulfport, Sidel, New Orleans, Yuma, Abbeville, Baton Rouge. All these places are tornado watch. Several tornadoes, likely no hail expected. There's usually not a lot of hail in a tropical cyclone. Isolated wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour possible. That is thunderstorm wind gusts. Hurricane force wind gusts are separate from that. They're not included in this watch. But yeah, If there are any questions, post it in chat. This is, as I said, moving up towards the north and east. This is some Hurricane Francine, which, as you can see on the graphic on the right, is having 1 minute sustained wind speeds of 90 miles per hour, pressure of 976 millibars. Actually, it's probably going to be a bit higher on the next advisory, but that has not come out yet. Because the hurricane hunters of the Air Force Reserve have recently found a bit of a higher pressure. This graphic is not up to snuff, but there is a different graphic I can show real quick. Hopefully real quick, which is this graphic here. It's a vortex data message that the hurricane hunters of the Air Force Reserve had, and it showed the pressure. They fixed it at 91 millibars. Also, I posed the question earlier whether this is an eye feature on the enhanced, on the visible satellite imagery. That is indeed the case. It is an eye feature up here. Also saying the eye wall is open towards the south-southeast, which we can see on radar right here. Actually, on this latest frame, it looks like the eye wall is open towards the south-southwest more so. It's kind of fluctuating. It was earlier, probably flew through, probably open on the south-southeast. But yeah, and again, the fixed pressure 981 millibar maximum flight level winds were then fixed, as you can see, at 88 knots, 700 millibar flight level. And we can reduce this down to the surface, and we can say that it is at the surface having 1 minute sustained wind speeds of around 80 knots, which is around 90 miles per hour. So the intensity probably holding. We're not seeing any signs of this strengthening until landfall. So that is indeed good. That is what we do like to see. As I explained earlier, these storms have a bit more of an oomph when they are strengthening through landfall, which this one does not appear to be doing. It's because there is some westerly shear that is being embarked, which is being put, the system is being put under there. That was a sentence in English. You can see here on the bottom left of the floater window here, you can see some of these cloud elements streaming towards the north and east. That's from the subtropical branch of the jet stream, which is now basically blasting into Francine, which is weakening her ever so slightly right now. We are seeing again from a reconnaissance investigating the storm earlier this afternoon, and right now the pressure is rising gradually. It was at low 970s earlier today. Now it's in the low 980s. Apparently, extrapolated pressure, which is basically aircraft's measured pressure estimated down to the surface, was still around 975 millibars, the same as earlier today. But the dropsonde is more accurate than that, and they apparently fixed it at 981 via dropsonde, which is basically the opposite of a weather balloon. So that is because of the shear due to the southwesterly winds from the jet stream embarked on the system, and also because of the bone dry air from the North Mexican highlands all the way to Kentucky. This air is bone dry, and that is contributing to the weakening of this storm, but it is holding together quite well, undoubtedly because of the energetic waters of the northern Gulf of Mexico fueling this storm, allowing it to produce these convective bursts you can see here on the radar loop, or this deep convection you can see on the radar loop for cyclonicwx.com, wrapping around the center, protecting the center from the dry air, entraining into the core, flooding the core with stable air. As long as you can continue to wrap these around, you see the radar having repositioned now, and it is going to come on shore right there in a few hours from now. She is growing in size. I just looked at the chat. She's growing in size, but not really growing in intensity. Yeah, she is kind of growing, yeah, I suppose. Convective envelope becoming bigger, but not necessarily being a sign of strengthening. Well, if we were looking for strengthening, which I guess we are, we're looking for strengthening or weakening, we are looking for this convective envelope to become better defined, which is not really happening at the moment. Is still sort of amorphous, I guess that's the correct word. It's not having a lot of good shape to it, although, as I alluded to earlier, there is now an eye that is visible. And if you're looking at infrared, you may be thinking, where the heck? I think that's a YouTube safe word. Where the heck is the eye? Well, the eye is somewhere in here. If we look on the visible imagery, we can see there is an eye feature that is popped up there. And when I looked at this, I was actually kind of unsure whether that's the eye, whether that's where the center is. But the vortex data message right here confirms that that is where the center of Francine is. That's where the Hurricane Hunters of the Air Force Reserve fixed the center. So there is an eye feature here. In fact, if you excuse me real quick and go to the PIA.top, you could see there, I think you can see my 5 pages here, almost all of them being weather related. Certified weather nerd. All the frequently used pages are all weather related. This is not the Benko. We're maybe going to talk about this later after NC made landfall. What I wanted to show you here is this is the PIA.top, which is a great source for always have multiple sources for stuff if I can. And this is the great second or third source for satellite imaging. Is here to have this beautiful enhanced visible product which has the eye very visible indeed, and that is the eye of the storm, so to speak, which is coming on shore in the coming hours. National Retention release a new position update in 30 minutes. Keep an eye on that. Just thinking out loud because I need to update the things. Anyway, actually, we can probably, not sure, image loop. Not sure. Let's stay on the radar loop for now, or let's stay on the visible satellite loop right here for the time being. So landfall not so far away at the moment. Kind of in this area, we're expecting it. In fact, let me look real quick at a product that I want to look at. There's a mesoscale floater here. So yeah, landfall is now quickly approaching within the next probably as what time we have now on UTC. I have about 1940. No, actually, we have about 1840 UTC. So probably about the next 4 hours is when landfall is going to occur. And as I explained earlier, I've already circled the area where I think it's going to make landfall. As I said earlier, it does appear as though she is weakening on her final approach ever so gradually because of the shear and because of the dry air, which is good news. What we want to see, because it takes a bit of the oomph out of these storms. Lots of people reported over the years that they just hit different when they are strengthening on final approach, which this one is thankfully not doing. But nevertheless, not a reason to let your guard down. The National Hurricane Center is still expecting live threatening storm surge. Actually should have already begun. Storm surge are always preceding the storm quite a bit. So that is, so there's still plenty of reason to be wary of this storm, be wary of the danger that Francine poses. And of course, there is a tornado threat as well, which I cannot fail to mention. Tornado watch is in effect for a large part of the area that lies downstream sorry. But yeah, do not underestimate the threats, as I think where I was. That live threatening storm surge, damaging hurricane force winds in the immediate landfall vicinity, extending quite a few dozen miles, I believe, from the point of landfall as well. And of course, heavy rain, large convective envelope that it has, large convective plume, going to cause problems. All the moisture it brings going to cause problems far inland as well. And that is certainly something to stay wary of. This storm is. And of course, as I said, the live threatening storm surge, can't mention that enough. I mean, if you've been around tropical cyclones on the Gulf Coast for a while, probably have heard this so many times, you're tired of it at this point. But water-based hazards, the rain, the wind, the flooding, the storm surge, usually, almost, not actually, usually, almost always is the biggest killer with these storms, and this storm certainly will be no different. If there are fatalities, which of course hope there will not be, but I would assume there's probably going to be a couple because of the live threatening storm surge. This area very prone to storm surge. In fact, when talking about the storm surge, I can pull up the storm surge forecast from the National Hurricane Center, which is going to talk about the storm surge. I'm just going to show you some of the storm surge that it has. This is the storm surge forecast, where you can see 5 to 10 inches of storm surge from intracoastal city to Port Fourchon, which is going to be a live threatening storm surge and continues 4 to 7 feet to the mouth of the Mississippi River. On the east side, which is more prone to storm surge. On the west side, not quite as bad, only 3 to 5 feet to Cameron. And on this side, it's 2 to 4 feet all the way from the mouth of the Mississippi River to Mobile and the Mississippi-Alabama border or state line, including Lake Pontchartrain, Lake Maracas. And there's even storm surge going to go all the way to the Santa Rosa Oskaloosa County line and to Freeport in Texas. So the storm surge, definitely the biggest issue with this storm, it always is. Of course, the flooding as well. To show you maybe a bit later on. I want to show so many um, still images so quickly. Because that tends to not spike people's attention spans quite as much. But yeah, the rainfall certainly going to be a big issue as well. It always is. Uh, so yeah, but thankfully we do not have a strengthening storm that is approaching landfall here. In fact, I know that there has been some chatter in the days before this made before in the days before today. There we go. Where the specter kept being raised that this could be a major hurricane, including by me. Although I said that if she plays her cards right, everything goes well. Worst case scenario would be a major hurricane peak and then probably a high end category 2 landfall, was all expected some weakening until landfall. Thankfully, all the ingredients did not come together in the most perfect way that seemed possible. The worst case scenario did not come to pass, which does not mean the people were saying that this is a worst case scenario that could possibly happen were wrong. It was never the most likely scenario. The most likely scenario was always like a low end category 2, high end category 1 landfall. And like maybe high end category 2 peak or thereabout, which of course thankfully did not materialize in this case. The worst case scenario not materialized. Of course, the expected case scenario is now materializing, which is that Francine is headed towards her landfall as a category 1 storm, which will happen tomorrow. I'm beside myself, which is going to happen in the next few hours. And so there's certainly a bit of time still before this can come on shore, before this will come on shore, but not many hours. I said maybe 3 or 4 hours, I would estimate, until it makes landfall. Landfall, in this case, when I say landfall, I mean the center coming on shore, not the actual, not just the eye itself, but the dead center of the storm coming on shore, which is going to occur in the not so distant future. Actually, the center is all the way over here already, so it's not even 3 hours. Maybe it's more 2 hours as this comes towards shore right here. So yeah, no tornado warnings in effect right now. Keep monitoring that as well. I have a special marine warning that's in place. Already have some primarily low-lying areas, pocket storm chasing, flood near Resquill, Louisiana. Oh, sorry, one spotted report. Wow, one spotted report. So yeah, there's that. Whoa, 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 whoa. So yeah, Francine on her way to make a landfall in Louisiana, which will occur in the next few hours. We check in on a different screen. I want to stop the loop while doing that. On the Hurricane Hunter mission, currently investigating her. Not sure when they fix the centers. I don't see the drops on here. The fly level winds. Okay, nothing's really changed. Not gone for a second pass yet. I'm looking at this a little bit here. On the visible loop right here, maybe some arc clouds coming. That will be more indication of the dry air starting to affect her a bit more. Arc clouds would then symbolize collapsing updrafts within this storm's convective envelope, as you can see. So yeah, approaching landfall. Francine, that's the wrong one right here. great one right here. So yeah, Francine about to make her landfall. So you can see here is the zoomed out view of Francine approaching the Louisiana coast right now. And the rain has obviously already started. As one of the hazards, there's a moderate risk of flash flooding still in effect for roughly about this area down here. There is a tornado watch in effect for much of that same area right now. Several tornadoes likely there. There is storm surge, most in this area about right here. 5 to 10 feet is the maximum storm surge. It's a live threatening storm surge with the National Hurricane Center calls, and of course the hurricane force winds. Tuning in right, if you're tuning in right now, Francine currently seeing 90 mile per hour. As you can see on the right, on the overlay there, 90 mile per hour hurricane. Awaiting a update from the National Hurricane Center in the next 6 minutes, based on the reconnaissance plane that's currently in the storm, is finding Francine weakening gradually on final approach, even though she now has an eye on visible imagery. And on, yeah, on visible imagery, not really on infrared, actually, only on visible. So that is something, I suppose, that's having an eye. But again, it's not strengthening at the moment. In fact, it is weakening. This is another view of Francine. That's the radar loop from the Lake Charles radar. Lake Charles radar is somewhere here. You can see there, Lake Charles, right there is where Lake Charles. You can see these rain bands have already come on shore, and now this innermost rain band, there is a thread of spin-up tornadoes. We've not really seen any tornado warnings in the last few moments, several minutes actually, last half hour or so. And one thing you can note about this radar loop is also that the eye wall remains somewhat intact. In fact, it has rebuilt a little bit in these latest frames, so maybe actually is not weakening anymore. We expected it to weaken on final approach due to the shear, westerly shear, being embarked on a system of dry air, lots of dry air. You see it here on the water vapor RGB loop, the bone chilling dry air. Bone chilling, not bone chilling is cold. The bone dry air all the way across the northern high plains of Mexico into Kentucky as air is bone dry, and the cloud elements here moving off to the north and west. Subtropical jet stream blasting into the storm. Unfavorable shear should erode it down, but for now she is fighting back. As long as she can wrap those thunderstorms around the center, it's not going to weaken by much. In fact, let me check for lightning real quick. Windows Place File Manager on my GR2 house, which I'm not sharing right now. The 20-minute lightning. And there is no lightning in the Iowa right now, at least according to this place file over here. There was some lightning earlier. No, there is Iowa lightning. So there is some lightning within this Iowa, which usually indicates strengthening. I mean, kind of conflicting pieces of data here, because the reconnaissance plane, as I said earlier, did indicate that this was weakening. Pressure dropped by about 10 millibars compared to earlier. Pressure rose by about 10 millibars compared to earlier today. We are seeing Iowa lightning in this part of the Iowa up here, which up here. Now it's up there. It's the rare switches, which usually indicates that we have a strengthening storm here, which is not really jive with our expectations, not jive with the radar data, with the airplane data that we are having. I expect the National Hurricane Center to maintain the intensity on the upcoming update, which is due to come out in the next few minutes. They do hourly position updates as the storm approaches its actual landfall, and that is certainly going to be the case relatively soon. You can see the coast coming up here. Landfall expected in the next few hours, 1 to 2, maybe 2.5, maybe 3. I don't quite know. Actually, I'm very bad at estimating this. Maybe when the next position update comes out, it should come out in the next few minutes from the National Hurricane Center for Francine. You can see the eye on a radar now almost having a rectangle shape. It's kind of weird. Probably being squished a little bit by that shear. But one of the things that you can see is while this eye wall is remaining resilient in the face of shear, you can see all of the deep convection, all the thunderstorms, all of the rain is off towards the north side of the storm. It's because there is this southerly, southwesterly shear imparting on the system, sweeping the dry air, and not really any ability for the rain to form there, for thunderstorms no less to form. I mean, to be fair, especially on a radar presentation, we often have this asymmetry where the side facing the landfall is usually a bit more large, a bit, fatter, and a bit more rainy. But this is a very clear divide between the southern side, which is devoid of any meaningful convection to speak of, and the northern side, which is all the rain on it. So that is certainly something to keep an eye on. As this approaches landfall, she may be starting to level off, and I have a few theories as to why, which I'm going to talk about in a little bit. So, and I can now maybe talk a little bit about why it may be not weakening so much as we thought, because it appears that maybe, it's not weakening quickly and the winds have not actually decreased all that much. As I explained earlier, there's all of this dry air. Over here, there's the shear, but it's also tapping into the subtropical jet for outflow. It's having jet interaction. You see this feathery white cloud streaming off to the poleward side, and the outflow, think of it as the storm having to breathe air out that it sucks into its updrafts. And so that is something that tropospheric leads is favorable here. And you can also actually see visually with the eye that cloud elements here streaming off more towards the north, while the cloud elements further west streaming off more towards the east. So there is some divergence here, the air flowing in different directions at aloft, which does induce large-scale forcing for ascent and invigorates thunderstorm activity, which could, in theory, offset the negative results of shear to some extent, maybe feather the weakening trend a little bit, because we have seen the pressure rise, the wind's not really reacting yet. And again, the eye wall here on radar looking solid as of right now. So maybe it's not weakening quite as much as we thought. The top tip, it's not really having us fly here. New reconnaissance pass, now finding flight level winds only around 85 knots. Not sure what quadrant it went in. So website is kind of broken right now. The pressure still right about where it was earlier. So, well, I don't know. Maybe I have to wait. National Hurricane Center, as I say, should have come out with a new update and not yet come out with one. Not sure. Maybe they already have. It's not posted on Twitter yet. I don't know. No, there is a new position update from the National Hurricane Center. Still 90 miles per hour. Moving now at 70 miles per hour. Pressure still 976 millibars. So no real change in intensity having occurred. So it's still doing the thing, doing the do. reading tropical storm force winds and heavy rainfall spreading inland across southern Louisiana. Tropical storm force winds and heavy rainfall are spreading inland across southern Louisiana. Conditions will continue to deteriorate over the next several hours. Hurricane force winds are located just offshore. Now is the time to stay inside and away from windows. Have multiple ways to receive warnings and updates. An oil platform southeast of the center recently reported sustained winds of 92 miles per hour, a peak gust of 112 miles per hour, and an elevation of 102 feet, 31 meters above sea level. Global wind. And I know a station located on Eugene Island recently reported a sustained wind of 48 miles per hour and a peak gust of 53 miles per hour. So that this is offshore. Next up will come out in about an hour. So we're having, and now surface observations actually from the open ocean, which further indicate a wind speed of around 80 knots, 90 miles per hour at the surface. But yeah, the landfall now a few hours away of Hurricane Francine, which is, by the way, first time name. It replaced Florence, I believe. So I'm not quite sure. I think it replaced Hurricane Florence in 2018. It did. Hurricane Florence being retired after she killed 54 people and caused $24.2 billion in damage. In fact, there has only ever been one tropical system named Francine, which was some weak tropical storm in the southwest Indian Ocean. So this is a fairly new name, and well, let's hope this name will come back in the future, because, well, if a name does not come back, it means it has been retired. It means it caused either a lot of financial damage or killed a lot of people, which we sure hope this is not. Although the National Hurricane Center, of course, is warning of a life-threatening storm surge up to 10 feet above normal tides, inundating usually dry areas of water. Also going to be dangerous hurricane force winds. flash flooding as well from heavy rainfall on the north side of the storm. It does look like on satellite that she is strengthening. The eye starting to come out here. The Hurricane Hunters of the Air Force Reserve not finding any evidence of that at this time. Pressure has risen to 981 millibars. Although we don't know how high the pressure got between the missions, maybe it's beginning to drop again. That is certainly concerning. We see the CDO actually becoming more symmetrical, actually. The eyes right here, so just sort of center is not far from landfall now. And we had hoped this would be weakening all the way through final approach as it heads towards landfall, not really occurring at the moment. It appears, based on satellites, can be deceiving. Hurricane Hunters of the Air Force Reserve, currently investigating Francine, will give us more information in the coming hours. An eye wall drops on the northeastern eye wall, indicates winds well below estimated intensity. The reconnaissance also only finding now flight level winds of 85 knots, and whatever quantity flew through troposphere is a bit broken, so I can't tell. So lowest extrapolated pressure 975 millibars, and the vortex data message pegged it at 981 millibars, even though I don't think there's drops on that was deployed. So that is sort of weird. And that's important because the center effects on last recognition was 979 millibars, now 981. Extrapolated pressures have not really changed much though since this afternoon. So whether or not she's actually weakening, I cannot tell. So yeah, Francine doing the do 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 do. As she approaches landfall. So yeah, kind of ominous that the eye is becoming ever better defined now as she makes her final approach. Actually, this is a convective burst. Francine, what are you doing? What are you doing, girl? Why are you doing this? Bit of a convective burst here, wrapping around the center. Kind of weird what she's doing here. With weird, I mean not really what I expected her to do. Kind of Hurricane Hunter aircraft not finding any evidence for strengthening at this time, so I only assume it's not actually strengthening, and it's just something else going on here. Okay, maybe it is a jet interaction offsetting the negative results of shear. So the reconnaissance view here still broken. That's nice and all. Yeah, there's the winds 85 knots. Extrapolated MSLP is only around 980 millibar. It has risen 980 or thereabout. So I don't know what the sigma is going on with this storm. What I was going to do is going to look up whether cool new thing came in. No, synthetic aperture radar is lacking. Francine past at a past schedule for tomorrow, Francine. That's cute. Francine no longer going to be over water. More synthetic aperture radar only working over water. So as we are waiting for the center to come on shore in the next few hours, the next couple of hours probably, the eye wall is almost coming on shore. So this is where the damaging winds will be. Did I just circle something? Did I not circle something? I'm not quite sure. This is where the damaging winds will be the eye wall coming on shore now. We're about to come on shore in the next half hour or so in this area down here, which is, if I look on my GR2 analyst, is an area that is, thankfully it appears, devoid of anything. That's lovely. That's great. So yeah, it looks like that area actually for now. There's Cocoa Dry, just a bit inland into the marshland. This is the mouth of the Mississippi River. There's not a lot here. And I sure hope everybody who is there probably, although I do not know this for a fact, are probably put under mandatory evacuation orders, and hopefully heeded those orders. As people can't say it enough. I mean, I always preach this: is you don't want to be one of those people who did not leave because this is their ex hurricane and nothing bad ever happened to them, and then, oh, this is bad. I'm trapped in my house and the water has surrounded me and now I'm going to die. Because no storm is like the other. This storm, you may be thinking, oh, I've experienced a hurricane just before and nothing bad happened in the exact location. Well, Francine may be coming in from a slightly different angle, maybe slightly stronger, whatever. Storm surge is a bit higher and you are screwed. So always heed those evacuation orders. There's really nothing you can do once the storm has begun. What you should do is you should prepare, and then you should like board up your windows, use sandbags to keep out the water where like feasible, and then go. Because while the storm is happening, people always think they can do something to save their house while the hurricane is raging around them. No, you cannot. At least not safely. You should always value your life over your property. When property can be replaced, your life cannot. You only have one. When you're dead, you're dead. So the moral of the story is always heed those mandatory evacuation orders. The storm surge has undoubtedly already begun. The life-threatening storm surge is probably the most dangerous part, and then the eye wall going to come on shore soon, which will include the hurricane force winds of Francine. But yeah, landfall now only an hour, not an hour, 2 hours probably away. 2 hours from now will be, currently we have 1930. 2 hours from now will be 2130. Yeah, it's about that. 2 hours, 2.5 hours. Landfall, that means the exact center, moving on shore, which is somewhere here. I hate how the floater windows switched, but that is the thing. I mean, lightning now striking. I'm seeing this on my J2 analyst. Lightning now striking. On land now, so and yeah. I just look, there may be a new convective burst trying to wrap up shear right here. but currently not really seeing any indication of weakening on the strengthening on reconnaissance data that we are having. So I am forced to assume that we are not dealing with any sort of strengthening or weakening at the moment, even though the satellite appearance certainly does appear as though it is becoming better defined as I speak. So so yeah, this is again the wide view, the water vapor RGB loop of tropical storm Hurricane Francine as she approaches landfall, and yeah, is approaching landfall and going to make landfall the next hour or 2 hours or so, maybe a bit more, maybe 3 hours. Eyewall now, though, coming on shore imminently with those damaging winds, though where it is coming on shore at first, there won't be a lot of population as it moves inland, then over the marsh towards Uma right here. Uma, whatever. Not a Louisiana, not an American, not how you pronounce this. I'm sorry. It's going gradually to more population. Thankfully, the landfall area where this is coming on shore, not so densely populated because it is the marshland of the mouth of the Mississippi River. But the life-threatening storm surge, as the National Hurricane Center calls it, extending pretty far up the coast, either direction, which is undoubtedly going to be the main killer. Is the hands infrared loop again, where it does look like there's a bit of a convective burst starting to wrap around right here, going around the center. It's usually a sign of strengthening. Recon's data not really indicating that, and the visible showing the eye of Francine, which we have not really seen an eye in more than a day and a half. So there's the eye clearing out, it seems. So that would indicate strengthening, which again the reconnaissance data as of yet is not showing. And you can see it's moving off towards the north and east. It's picking up speed now as it enters the subtropical jet streams. It's now moving at 70 miles per hour, as you can see on the right hand side. And it is going to therefore make landfall in the not so distant future, somewhere in this area right here, where there are hopefully only storm chasers at this time. Not necessarily because the winds only quote unquote a category 1, those Saffir Simpson Scale, which are not winds you want to be outside in, but when as long as you're in a sturdy structure, you should at least, and stay away from windows, you should at least not die from these winds. Should not be enough to collapse your house or mobile homes, maybe a different issue. But the reason why no one should be in this location is because of the damaging storm surge, which in this area is this area down here is about it's about 4 to 7 feet, which is a dangerous storm surge, especially in the area very prone to surge because it's very low-lying marshland. So that is going to be the big killer here. So no one should be in this area where this is coming on shore. Yeah, National Weather Service now right in Northern Iowa will be onshore near lower Tarrabana Parish in the next 30 minutes or so. Rebuild and Tarrabana Parish should be in their shelter right now. So that's what the National Weather Service in New Orleans is saying. right now with regards to this storm. So the eye wall about to come on shore. Hurricane watch force in effect for that area. Hurricane warning, I should say. Tornado watch is in effect for this area as well. Not really seeing any signs of that at the moment. Yeah, not really anything suspicious on the radar either. Remember that eye wall. Oh, that owl looks like beefy now. That owl's looking very beefy now. On the northeast, have eye wall lightning continuing. So the center may be coming on towards the east of the forecast trajectory by the National Hurricane Center. Which is going to release a new update in about 13 minutes from now. So that is lovely. Again, we are now awaiting the imminent landfall of Hurricane Francine. And I can reiterate what I said earlier, that the National Weather Service in New Orleans is saying that the eye wall will come on shore in Terrebonne Parish within the next 30 minutes. So anybody who is there needs to be in their safe space, needs to be in their shelter, certainly needs to not be outside. It's the main thing. As I said earlier, these winds, we're talking about Category 1 force winds, as long as you are in a sturdy house, sturdy structure, you're away from windows, should be fine in these winds. Your property will probably not be fine, but you will be fine. The storm surge is the thing I would be more worried about. This water probably going to continue to rise for the next little bit. So that will be up to 10 feet above normal tides, inundating usually dry areas of water, large, damaging storm surge, live threatening storm surges, what the National Hurricane Center calls it, not me. Also me. I take over the wording of the National Hurricane Center. Here's a radar loop. You can see that northeastern eye wall, which is being reinforced right now by convection coming on shore. Is Lake Charles radar. Maybe Alex Borham should change the floater over to the near radar in New Orleans. Actually, no longer New Orleans. It's the what's the radar site now? What's its name? Hammond, Louisiana radar to be better inside the New Orleans area. Wall lightning continuing, not seeing any sign of strengthening on the reconnaissance data, but certainly seeing indication on the visible side here of the eye. It looks like becoming better defined that there is strengthening occurring here, or at least a maintenance of intensity. I could also imagine the eye becoming better defined here. It's just simply a function of the subsidence due to the diurnal cycle as the clouds wane. Let's hope that is the case, and we are not seeing a last-minute strengthening trend again. The reconnaissance plane not indicating that to us, indicating the pressure continue to drop, to rise gradually to winds staying around 90 miles per hour or thereabout in the northeastern eye wall, which is going to be one of the, not the most strong quadrant of this storm, strongest part of the eye wall, coming on shore, as I said, in Terrebonne Parish within the next 30 minutes, according to the National Weather Service in New Orleans. And I was saying you should be in your shelter. In fact, I can switch over real quick. A new window capture is born. And I can switch over to GR2 Analyst, my beloved. Right here is GR2 Analyst, which is a larger window. So that is a problem. And you see here is the eye wall coming on shore, just about coming on shore. And here are those winds. The eye wall is packing. Winds measured by radar 120 miles per hour at an altitude of about 11,000 feet above sea level. So those are not your surface level winds, but those are your winds aloft. But not quite sure because on the actually it's not the lowest tilt of the radar, it's the lowest tilt of the radar. Oh, okay, so the radar is having a bit of a bad day right here. So not quite sure if the actual winds on radar not really being useful in this case. But yeah, that is the case right now. So yeah, I'm kind of still waiting for anything new to happen, unfortunately, because we are only now waiting for landfall to occur, or alternatively waiting for a tornado to occur. Tornado watch still in effect. Scanning the radar like a hawk right now, not really seeing any sign of an imminent spin up tornado. As the eye wall comes on shore, maybe there is going to be some chance for a tornado. So dynamics increase, but it does not appear likely that is the case. At least not imminently, although these can happen quite quickly. Spin up tornadoes, as they tend to be with these storms. The eye wall, as I discussed a little bit ago about the come on shore, this is the latest radar loop. Actually, is it the latest radar loop? It is the latest radar loop. The very latest radar images of the eye wall. See the northeastern eye wall is the eye right here. Still a very lopsided system at the moment. Oh, yeah, I mean, JMA sectors. Interesting. Anyway, so this is then also landfall only an hour or two away. Center somewhere here on the latest frames. This recenters and going to make landfall probably in the next 1 to 2 hours as we await those news. Only say, anybody watching, if you have any questions, concerns, points arising, I don't know, put them in chat. I can't imagine that the view number is going to grow in the next hour or two as people come out of work, come out of school, as landfall draws near. Maybe I should post that in chat. I don't know. Do I have moderator on this channel? I don't know. Maybe I should post it in chat that people should put something in chat, kind of keep the stream going. But yeah, we can only wait for landfall to occur now, or for anything else to happen. Monitoring the tornado watch situation, monitoring the reconnaissance situation. Hurricane hunters of the Air Force Reserve currently investigating Francine, possibly the no hurricane hunters as well, but they're not really any new data that has come out when it comes to this. Or maybe Titbits is just behind. New vortex data message has come in actually. Pressure now 977 millibars. Not quite sure if there's a genuine drop compared to the latest, or whether this is something else. But it's an elliptical major axis 90 nautical miles long, minor axis 40 nautical mile eye wall. But it's indicating it is closed. Maximum flight level winds 86 knots. So yeah, so that is the news data from the Air Force Hurricane Hunters investigating Francine right now, finding 975 millibars via drop sonde. So the pressure has actually leveled off. Earlier, the vortex data message that said the pressure had dropped, risen, I mean 981 millibars, which would be a substantial weakening. It does not appear to be the case actually. So it was a false measurement. I apologize for listening to the Hurricane Hunters of the Air Force Reserve vortex data message and essentially spreading false information. But if I have a vortex data message that says 91 millibars, just to show that I'm not messing around, there's 91 millibar on the vortex data message, which is right here, which is reliable. So it's a new vortex data message coming in. It says 91 millibars. I'll report 981 millibars. Center fix, but new center fix coming 977 millibars, which is right about what we had earlier. So it's a new. Oh, this is not. It's not it. It's a new vortex data message 977 millibars. So yeah. Not anything that's on the internet is true, even if it's from a generally reliable source. Let this be a lesson that not everything on the internet is true, even if the source is generally considered reliable. So, but right now, we're really waiting for something to happen. The most exciting part of any election is nothing is happening. So, yes. Hurricane Francine about to make landfall within the next little while. It's going to make landfall next few hours. Next 1 or 2 hours, probably going to make landfall here. And that is certainly not good news at all. Again, the eye wall would come on shore within the next few hours, the next 1 or 2 hours. I will actually coming on shore very soon, imminently, according to the National Hurricane Center. And that is certainly something to keep an eye on, is the eye wall about to come on shore. Probably is already coming on shore. Let's look at the radar loop here real quick. And yeah, the eye wall not coming on shore with new, more intense convection to boot on these latest frames here from the National Weather Service Doppler radar in Lake Charles, with the radar right there. Radar side off to the north and west of the point of landfall. And that is going to come on shortly. I will now opening back up again on these latest frames of the eye wall, northern eye wall, about to come on shore in the not so distant future. Past is already coming on shore, as you can see right there. Try to watch the effect. I continue to monitor that. Continue to monitor the reconnaissance situation. No new reconnaissance data has come in, so we're still talking about the good old reconnaissance data we had earlier. The eye now looks like becoming a bit more cloud filled again, but the eye is there. The eye has not been there for most of the time, so that is clear indication that we are still dealing with a hurricane here, probably not strengthening or weakening at the moment. As I said earlier, reconnaissance data not indicating it going either way at the moment, and that is certainly, I suppose, neutral news. We were hoping for a bit more weakening on final approach. So far, she's holding her own at about 90 miles per hour intensity, 80 knots, 150 kilometers per hour, 40 meters per second. Now, I've already gone through all the measurements except for maybe feet per minute, or I suppose, what is it, football fields per bald eagle? I don't know what the joke is anymore. I think people say football fields per cheeseburger, but it makes no sense. Anyway, yeah, it actually looks like, it's like some apple fanning out here. What is she doing? Someone needs to tell Francine this year is supposed to weaken her, not strengthen her. So that is, it's not in the script. Not in the script, little Francine. You're supposed to weaken a little bit more, but we're already having the worst case scenario. Of course, not coming to pass. The specter of this being a major hurricane landfall, or major hurricane peak, I should say, being raised time and time again, not coming to fruition, thankfully, one might have to say. And that is good news. Does that mean those people who said it could be major hurricane landfall, major hurricane peak, I keep saying major hurricane landfall, not really many people are saying that, were wrong necessarily? It was always going to be a worst case scenario, not a best case scenario. And that is certainly not happening, but a hurricane landfall nonetheless, and Francine going to bring the life-threatening, or is already bringing, I would assume, having seen posts on Twitter about this as well, already bringing life-threatening storm surge, going to bring damaging hurricane force winds, or dangerous hurricane force winds, I should say. Those coming on shore right now is the northeastern eye wall of Hurricane Francine. A lot of circles here. Is coming on shore in Terrebonne Parish, or Terrebonne Parish, or Terrebonne Parish, or I'm not quite sure how to pronounce it. Definitely coming on shore there. Heavy rain. There's a tornado watch in effect. Not anything suspicious on radar at the moment, except for the eye wall coming on shore with winds of around, around 84 miles per hour is the winds coming on shore in Terrebonne Parish. And right now everybody there, hopefully in their safe space, hoping for the best. Said earlier, hoping that Francine is not a one-time event. It's the first time his name has ever been used for a hurricane, replacing Florence, which was retired after the 2018 season, after it killed, what was it, 54 people or thereabout, caused over $20 billion in damage. Of course, if Francine does not return, it means that she was retired, which would then mean that there was significant damage from her, and that would certainly be not good. Again, with the life-threatening storm surge, one has to fear that maybe it's going to have a bad since when have I been muted? I don't know. I think I just muted myself to bring. I was saying that the clock on our stream is 3 minutes behind, 3 minutes ahead, which is very weird. I don't know why that is the case. But yeah. Now I'm paranoid at how long I have been muted on the stream. Time.is is currently stuck. It's not really moving, is it? I'm not sure what time it's supposed to be. Oh, okay, I need to refresh it. Actually not turn on. That's quite embarrassing. That's quite embarrassing indeed that it was not turn on. But there is Hurricane Francine about to come on shore at northeastern Iowa. It is now coming on shore, actually. Landfall, therefore not so far away, but it's moving a bit further to the east now. Last train is a bit of a jog here to the east. Could delay landfall a little bit. And that's actually bad, because that would prolong the period of time that this is partially over water. And the time that's partially over water is a time where it could still strengthen, where it could still do something quite bad. So, where it could strengthen or at least maintain intensity. So, and of course, as it's prolonging the time the eye wall is spending on shore, so that's not good if it's making this jog towards the east, which it appears to be doing at the present moment. And that is then kind of bad news for anybody in the path of this dangerous storm. And the National Hurricane Center update should come out imminently. Which is going to give us a new update on the intensity, a new position update, a new everything update. And that would be what we are waiting for right now, along with, of course, the the center coming on shore, and of course, still monitoring for a tornado warning. There's tornado watch is in effect. Several tornadoes, like you had one tornado warning earlier, not really anything since. So we kind of waiting for the next position update, which should come out imminently now. And when it is out, I will say what the news update is. But it's not out yet. And we're still waiting for it to come out. And I can now keep repeating myself. So kind of an idle loop. Waiting for this position update to come out. Not really much happening, except for Francine edging towards her landfall along the coast of Louisiana right here. Landfall point probably going to be now more like here. We can see the eye now on infrared, so on visible. Actually, let me check in on infrared. What is infrared doing? We had this look like a convective burst, possibly trying to wrap around the center earlier. Yeah. And we can indeed say that it's the case, which is obviously not good. So there's the eye right here on the very latest frames. Still waiting for the new position update from the National Hurricane Center. They're late by about 2 minutes. National Hurricane Center is slacking. They're slacking, I tell you. I can tell you that the winds are starting to come on shore around 100 miles per hour, 90 miles per hour winds. Starting to come on shore, measured by radar aloft. And the eye wall is certainly coming on shore now from the Lake Charles radar. And now you can see the moving again. It's kind of annoying. Have to have it open all times. We have there's a new position update from the National Hurricane Center. Has come out now. The new position update has. 3 p.m. Northern Iowa of Hurricane Francine is nearing southern Louisiana. Hurricane conditions expect to begin there soon. Now is the time to stay inside and away from windows. Have multiple ways to receive warnings and updates. Latest position update from the National Hurricane Center still says winds are 90 miles per hour, 150 kilometers per hour. The center now located 60 miles, 95 kilometers southwest of Morgan City, Louisiana. About 115 miles, 185 kilometers southwest of New Orleans, Louisiana. Hurricane force winds in the northern eye wall, Francine, are nearing the coast, or reset this. An oil platform is still the same thing. Now have on Eugene Island, though, a sustained wind of 54 miles per hour, 87 kilometers for a peak gust of 70 miles per hour. So hurricane force wind gusts. I suppose Eugene Island is one of those islands just offshore. Another position update will be provided at 5 p.m. CDT 2200 UTC following the next scheduled full advisory at the National Hurricane Center, which will probably occur just before landfall in about an hour time from now. And then we will see what the state of affairs is then. But so far, as I said, the intensity maintaining at 90 miles per hour, 80 knots, 150 kilometers per hour, 42 meters per second. And the northern eye wall, Hurricane Francine, now coming on shore right about now. And that is certainly a good time to be in your safe space, in your shelter, which ordinarily would be the lowest floor of sturdy building. If you're in a northeastern Iowa, northern Iowa, you're probably in an area that is currently experiencing storm surge. In that case, that is probably not the smartest place to be at the moment on the lowest floor. Well, if you're in a low-lying coastal area, you'd probably not be in your house then. In case you are and you're watching this right now from said house, what are you doing? Why are you there? Why are you not somewhere else? I don't know. With relatives, friends. Who are further inland, further away from the disaster zone for Hurricane Francine, which is about to come on shore within the next next couple of hours now. That is at least the expectation right now. Landfall not so far away. We are awaiting it eagerly. That landfall, see the eye actually on visible, looking very well defined here. Now, it's not cloud free, of course, but it is relatively well defined. And yeah, I mean, Francine looking better now than she did at any point in the last one day, maybe even 2 days. That is certainly something to think about. She's certainly not weakening a lot using a radar from the Lake Charles location. Coming on shore right now is the northern eye wall of tropical cyclone or Hurricane Francine. And that is the state of affairs. That's the state of affairs right now. Northern eye wall coming on shore, and then the eye, see again, is now maybe stopped that eastward jog that it had, now going back towards the north and east, is these wobbles of the track that you keep an eye on this close to landfall, where exactly the landfall point is going to be, although with the eye as large as it is, it doesn't really make that much of a difference where exactly the point of landfall occurs. The eye is still relatively well defined on radar. The eye wall now open towards the south and east. It's what we expect. We expect the eye wall to remain not closed for the time of this landfall, because we are now having this eye wall again coming on shore. Kind of surprised we've not seen more tornadoes. So a random thought I just had. Kind of surprised we're not seeing more of that, because there's a tornado watch that is active, and we have one tornado warning when this watch was new, and then nothing really happening after that. So it's kind of weird. We're not really seeing any tornado warnings at present. It's good. It's good. Good. We don't want tornado warnings, but that makes you wonder whether there are going to be any. Certainly, if you're in a watch area, all that you guard down. Of course, most of that area also receiving tropical storm force winds already. the hurricane force wind field now coming on shore as well with the arrival of the northern eye wall of Hurricane Francine as she comes on shore within the next several minutes or so. Next several minutes, next hour or two. More like, and we are not really seeing any indication for tornadoes on our radar. Nothing sus as of right now. Here's the latest radar loop. We'll go back to the infrared, the visible satellite loop, I should say. Going to take a look at reconnaissance very quick. The Air Force Hurricane Arms of the Air Force Reserve currently investigating Francine, finding the eye at a pressure around 976 millibars, center face 977, actually 976, and not really having made a center pass. Actually, they finished. They just made one pass, and now they're done. So they're not going for a second pass. So reconnaissance is now done. So one less thing to monitor, am I right? But yeah, not a lot happening now between now and landfall, unless there's a tornado warning, which could happen anytime. These storms tend to speed up really quick. That is something that we are now waiting. Francine, heading towards landfall, storm surge, rain, damaging winds. Occurring now. And we are now waiting for something more to happen. The eye about to come on shore, looking right there like a hurricane now. It didn't really look like a hurricane for most of the last 24 hours, sort of very ill defined. Now having some semblance of a center lens overcast, which you would assume is a sign of strengthening. We're not really seeing any, or did not really see any signs of strengthening on the reconnaissance data, but it is looking a bit more like a hurricane now. That is for sure. But yeah, kind of that convective shield moving in. Probably some heavy rainfall there. Check my radar scope what the rainfall actually is. Storm totals there. A flash flood warning actually. Oh, it's somewhere else. Where did? Oh, it's in Utah. Okay, there's a flash flood warning in effect. 4 parts here: flash flooding in Morgan City for Franklin, Morgan City, Patterson, Denerat, Berwick, Bayou Vista, Baldwin, Patterson Memorial Airport, Terrence and Sorrel, Gunco, Amelia, Centerville. Another 3 inches in 1 hour is the rainfall there. Of course, we have the hurricane warning and the storm surge warning in effect, which is because of the hurricane landfall being imminent, and the winds onshore are coming onshore into one of those islands offshore now around 100 miles per hour. And we still have to. So no, wait, I don't think we had an enhanced risk. Right, so the side risk of severe thunderstorms. Still having the tornado watch, but not really anything happening on that front right now. And the eye now nearing landfall. But yeah, we are now only probably an hour or two away. It's kind of difficult to tell when landfall's going to occur because the eye is so large, and it's has been jogging a bit to the east recently, which is kind of hard to makes the landfall location kind of hard to pin down. But it is certainly not long now until landfall, probably within the next hour or two, which was also the indication from the dynamical models as it heads towards the shore. But yeah, that's sort of the situation we are in. Still checking the radar, not really anything of note right now. Possibly going to ramp up a bit later on in terms of the tornado threat, but not really that being a concern right now. Tornado watch, of course, still in effect, but nothing happening on that front at the moment. New thing in it's just retweeted the last position update. Nothing has really changed on that front in regards to the intensity of Francine. It's a matter of time now until landfall occurs, and as always, this coverage goes through about landfall, and after that, we are probably going to go off the air. Maybe gonna have it automated, and until I go to bed, I have to stream solo up, and then but that's in this future winds makes landfall. So that is the visible sound imagery as Francine makes her approach towards an imminent landfall. within the next hour or two based on satellite and radar. Again, it looks like the landfall now being prolonged ever so slightly because it's jogging towards the east in these latest frames, which is bad news said earlier because it keeps the eye wall winds onshore for longer, and that is certainly not a good thing. That much is for certain. And I assume, I'm not an expert on this particular front, probably also extending the storm surge threat as well. So we are waiting for landfall now. We are waiting for potential tornado warnings to come in. We don't have any more reconnaissance out of the track because the reconnaissance plane has departed. Just made one pass. I assume it's just coming too close to shore now, and the reconnaissance plane already wanting to fly over land, because fuel definitely not being an issue here. Although flying at 700 mile flight, so you would assume that flying at such a low terrain, there's no really mountains around, would not be an issue with the hurricane hunters, but I don't think they like to do that. So, because I say usually they would make more than one pass, but I assume that is not really something they are looking forward to, being this overland. So there's really not much to look at. No real new information to report either way. So waiting for hurricane landfall of Francine. The raw T number of the event, the Borak technique is increased to 5.3. That is quite weird. Because of that eye. Since again, if you're not familiar, we're talking about the advanced Dvorak technique method from the University of Wisconsin-Madison Tropical Cyclone Division. And Air Force hurricane hunters apparently not done with the mission yet. I have been lied to by Tropical Titbits. So I just saw a new screenshot, I believe. Yeah, they just made a new center pass. And they again found flight level winds now of around 80 knots or so. When they found, what did they find? Minimum sea level pressure. They are now finding around 976 millibars. Finding those winds, those flight level winds of around 96 knots actually, really? A purple wind barbs here being 96 knot flight level winds. That's kind of higher than I thought. So just to give you an idea what I'm looking at this. It's the NOAA hurricane hunter on the Air Force hurricane hunter plane, and this here, according to the legend, is wind barbs of around 96 knots or there above at 7 millibar flight level on the southeastern side. Also, pressure's down to 976 at least. So this could indicate that there is further strengthening here. We've seen a new mesoscale discussion from the National Hurricane Center, from the Storm Prediction Center. There it is. A couple of brief tornadoes remain possible in the next few hours within the, quote, better quality surface air mass that they are having here. And I'm going to read that out. right now. So it says severe threat continues across tornado watch number 667. Big tornado 2 cannot be ruled out over the next few hours. Multiple transient supercells embedded within the broader rain bands associated with Hurricane Francine have percolated in intense organization over the past few hours across southeastern Louisiana and adjacent areas offshore. However, a widespread persistent rain shield has limited diurnal heating, with surface temperatures barely exceeding the mid-70s Fahrenheit, mid-70s dew points. The resultant thermodynamic profiles yield scant buoyancy inland, with MLK limited to 500 joules per kilogram, perhaps less in spots, which is likely tampering tornado potential. Nonetheless, so there's not a lot, not enough intensity, not enough energy, not enough thunderstorm juice. And MDCV80, so it's a virtual wind profile. Trends show photographs increasing in size and curvature as vertical wind fields increase in intensity. Of the approach of Francine Center as such, a couple of brief tornadoes cannot be ruled out where any longer-lived sustained supercell structure can traverse a favorable overlapping buoyancy shear parameter space. So they're basically saying it's sort of been lingering lately, but we could see tornadoes still in the next few hours. Indeed, the National Hurricane Center, the Air Force Hurricane Artist found flight level winds of 99 knots at 700 millibar flight level. So that would actually support a higher intensity. So you're not really seeing any increase in the extrapolated of the pressure. It is on the eastern side. It's kind of weird for theirs on the southeast side actually for this to have these strong winds. But this would support 90 knot intensity, which will be quite the jump up in intensity. It'll be interesting to see what the National Hurricane Center does with this information at the next update an hour from now. Half an hour from now is when the National Hurricane Center Storm Prediction Center, National Hurricane Center Storm Prediction Center, I'm kind of out of it today. National Hurricane Center will upload their new advisory. So that is very, very interesting. 99 knot flight level winds. Okay then. Again, Francine not really getting the memo that she's supposed to be weakening right now. But again, those winds happening on the eastern semicircle right here, which is usually not the strongest quadrant, looks like surface level outflow fanning out as well now from the center. So maybe we are actually seeing genuine strengthening here, which is not good at all. Not good at all. The convection has now waned, but has become more symmetrical overall. Of course, the northern side is now over land. The CDO there not really well defined at the moment, and will never be well defined again because that's already over land. And the eye exists. It's not the prettiest storm ever. Yeah, I'm back from my little water and toilet break. And Francine, not having gotten the memo, she should be weakening, is indeed possibly strengthening on her final approach based on the data captured by the Hurricane Hunters of the Air Force Reserve. Investigating her at the moment, Hurricane Hunters of the Air Force Reserve finding an extrapolated pressure down to 972 millibars or thereabout, along with a flight level wind of 99 knots. So that is very interesting. I wonder if they have a new drop sonde data right now. Actually, they had fixed it at 981 on their first pass, fixed it at 977 on their next pass, indicates the pressure is going to be dropping now. So that is interesting. But yeah, that's interesting. So at first I thought Vortex message or whatever was erroneous or whatever, but it does appear as though the pressure is dropping again, which is exactly the opposite of what we had expected. Expected the pressure to drop, the intensity to increase until about 6 hours before landfall, and then drop again as the negative effects of shear overtake whatever positive effects of jet interaction that there may have been. But it does now appear as though the intensity is increasing on final approach, waiting for new center fix to come out, new vortex data message to tell us a little bit more. New drop sonde. It's not been released yet, so we are waiting for that as of right now. As the center approaches landfall, and you look at the radar loop, and the radar presentation not having really changed lately, though the eye wall now more clearly open to the southern side, which is what we would expect as the wind shear starts to overtake the positive effects of jet interaction that there may have been, or simply just becomes too much to bear for Francine. They sort of tend to have a bit of inertia to them, not really responding very quickly to environmental changes, especially if they are rather large and their core region are relatively large. This one is not really though. So not really large, but there's still a bit of inertia involved. And you would typically assume with the eye wall now opening to the southern semicircle that there is less convection around the core, not really occurring on all sides anymore, so that should technically promote a weakening of the storm, not intensification. So kind of weird that she's not gotten the memo. If we look on the infrared, we can see the waning of the convections of the diurnal cycle. Part of it is now also over land, and we see, however, this burst of convection just on shore right here. This is probably due to the frictional effects of land interaction as the thunderstorms start being whipped up. It's the old mesoscale discussion has been retweeted. Anyway, so this is the frictional effects of land interaction. And that is probably not really. I mean, we have seen actually this increasing, having a beneficial effect on tropical cyclone intensity before. So who knows? Maybe it is actually doing a thing here with the frictional effects. The frictional effects just began a short while ago. But like, curious what the National Hurricane Center does in about 20 minutes time with the new reconnaissance data, where they actually bumped the intensity up to 90 knots, 100 miles per hour. So I think we'll make it a category 2 on the Saffir Simpson scale. Or what they're going to do. We don't have a new water vortex data message or center fix as of right now. So, yeah, not really sure what to make of the reconnaissance data that we are seeing from the hurricane hunters of the Air Force Reserve. The 99 mile per hour winds on the eastern semicircle, 99 knot flight level winds, which is about 90 knot at the surface, about 105 miles per hour. What is 90 knots again? I'm for Gore. I'm not good with numbers. Unfortunately, 90 knots would be 165 kilometers per hour, 105 miles per hour. So this will be well into Category 2 territory. It will be well into Category 2. Category 2 is 85 miles per hour or above. Category 2 actually relatively slim, only covering 85, 90, 95 miles per hour. The way it is laid out here. So we're already talking about a mid to high range Category 2 hurricane, if this is indeed the National Hurricane Center goes with the SFMR winds, which is an instrument that uses microwave reflections off the sea surface to estimate tropical cyclone intensity, or to derive surface level winds, only measured 75 knot winds. So I doubt, unless we're seeing a dropsonde measurement that confirms these winds, and a dropsonde currently only also coming out around 70 knots, that we're going to see a change in intensity. The way the National Hurricane Center usually does this is that they would average out the flight level winds and that's the Mars, and that would give us around. Will give us around. No, not precision. It was around 82.5, which technically they could round up to 85 knots if they wanted to, and that would make this a Category 2 on the Saffir Simpson scale. So, we will see what the National Hurricane Center does with this information in about 15 minutes, no doubt. They will have all the data at their fingertips. There's a dropshot. Oh, the National Hurricane Center is going back into the center, making a bit of a loop-the-loop to find the precise center. It appears 994 millibar. Oh, I think we have lost the MSLP. That's nice. Going in a circle around the eye, find the exact center, and then we don't really have a this is a new eye dropsol. What are the new eye dropsol? Fine. The eye dropsol was 972 millibars. So this is clearly strengthening. What the sigma? The sigma I drops on 972 millibar. That is not. Yeah, that's not good. Like, what a roller coaster. 2 hours ago, something the vortex damage was like 982 millibar. Yeah, it's weakening still. So that eye drops on 972. Yeah, the National Hurricane Center may clearly go with 972 millibars. And that's not good news indeed. It's not really what we had in mind here with Francine, who is not really sticking to the script right now. Which is bad Francine. Is not supposed to do this. Is not in the script. The script said you weaken as you approach landfall. So we have concluded, I and our contributors have informally concluded that this could do it. This could do it. This could do it. This could do category 2 on the next update, which is not, again, is not the script. What script being is what we expected to be. New vortex data message, 974 millibars. pressure has been steadily dropping while the Air Force investigated her reduced flight level winds are now 90 knots. MSLP steadily dropping down back into the low 970s. Flight level winds and SFMRs could now support Category 2, maybe. Category 2 Saffir Simpson Hurricane Wind Scale. New mesoscale discussion by the Storm Prediction Center. Threat should continue to develop into this evening. Trainer watch will eventually be needed. That's further east of the current watch. That is the word from the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center right now. So we wait official confirmation from the National Hurricane Center within the next 10 minutes. So we are really waiting for her to do, for National Hurricane Center to do something here. And that is, again, not the script, not the expectation, not what we wanted to see, no less we expected to see with this storm. So we can only do but wait. New advisory from the National Center, new full advisory coming out. Not a position update. Position updates usually don't do intensity changes unless they would do another update or if there's a significant uptick in intensity, which again currently not happened yet. So new mesoscale discussion, again, as I said, calling for the expansion of the tornado watch area further east than currently by the National Weather Service's Storm Prediction Center within the next little time. This current tornado watch, thankfully, so far did not really come to pass. We can only do but wait for the National Hurricane Center's new advisory to come out soon, and then we will see, or I have to update the ticker at the bottom of the stream, or whether or not, again, the current situation is the hurricane hunters of the Air Force Reserve have found 99 knot flight level winds at 700 millibar flight level, which is supportive of a Category 2 on the Saffir Simpson Scale. It's of Mars derived surface winds not quite there. 972 millibar extract pressure, 974 dropson. Actually, that dropson lower than that. And that is not something we want to see. Is strengthening, but it does appear as though that is the case. Reconnaissance now probably having moved into another pass, this time of the other eye wall. So they've gone through the center again. Another eastern pass is what they're going to do. On their landfall mission into Hurricane Francine, which now may soon be upgraded to Category 2 as her eye wall. Oh my god. So, again, this is imminently 3 minutes. The next 2 minutes, it's decision time. I don't think the Eastern Pass is going to come in before the new advisory time had pinged. It's official, boys. National Hurricane Center has upgraded Francine to a Category 2 on the Saffir Simpson Scale. Hurricane Francine forecast advisory number 13 made it official now. It's the official advisory. Number 13 has come out. It's a Category 2 on the Saffir Simpson Scale. Now officially is a Category 2 on the Saffir Simpson Scale. Speculated about this before. Francine becomes Category 2 as the eye approaches the Louisiana coast. Life-threatening storm surge and hurricane conditions spreading onto the Louisiana coast. New intensity, new location now about 40 miles, 65 kilometers southwest of Morgan City, Louisiana. About 100 miles, 160 kilometers west-southwest of New Orleans, Louisiana. Maximum sustained winds 100 miles per hour, 155 kilometers per hour. Present movement northeast or 45 degrees at 70 miles per hour. Minimum central pressure is 972 millibars. The storm surge warning is discontinued west of the Vermilion-Cameron Parish line, but storm surge warning remains in effect for Vermilion-Cameron Parish line, Louisiana to the Mississippi-Alabama state line from Vermilion Way, Lake Marapas, and Lake Pontchartrain. Hurricane warning is in effect for the Louisiana coast from the Vermilion-Cameron line eastward to Grand Isle. Hurricane watch is in effect for Lake Marapas, Lake Pontchartrain, including the metropolitan New Orleans area, and a tropical storm warning is in effect for the Louisiana coast from Cameron to the Vermilion-Cameron line, from the east of Grand Isle, Louisiana to the Alabama-Florida border, and for Lake Marapas and Pontchartrain, including the metropolitan New Orleans area as well. So now, unfortunately, we need to update the thing here to say 100 miles per hour. It's a new intensity from the National Hurricane Center. The new pressure is 972 millibars. And it's still moving northeast at 17 miles per hour. Need to change the text here as well. Breaking. Francine becomes a Category 2 on the Saffir Simpson Scale. Landfall now imminent. Landfall now imminent. Live threatening storm surge, reinforced winds. Ongoing. There you go. Ongoing in parts of Louisiana. There you go. Boom. Not sticking to the script here, is she? So we are now in a worse situation than we were before. It's now a category. So yeah, now we wait for landfall to occur as a new big story. And we are now awaiting landfall. Not so distant in the future it lies. So shocked by the news of Francine becoming a category 2 I am that I have become Master Yoda. So we are now waiting the imminent landfall. Hurricane Francine. So now category 2 again on the Saffir Simpson scale. And yeah, we are awaiting that landfall now. Cannot be so long away. The eye wall coming on shore. And the eye has also begun to come on shore. Now we are waiting for the center to cross landfall, and then it's going to be officially time. Not much time remaining. Landfall now. We over the next hour. The center is somewhere here. And again, for those tuning in, I mean, the title says it all. Francine. And scroll on the bottom says it too. Francine. Now with category 2 on the Saffir Simpson scale. Now about to make a landfall imminently, and it is a strengthening hurricane at landfall. Not what we want to see. These storms have a bit more oomph to them when they strengthen on final approach, and that is certainly good. Certainly not good that we have this strong It's Cat 2 language was forecast, but initially, and no longer forecast now, is a reality because, as I said earlier, it's probably the jet interaction that fueled this last minute intensification with the upper level divergence and the favorable outflow of loft, together with frictional effects from land, invigorating thunderstorm activity, which is causing this increase in intensity, even though the shear is unfavorable. The dry air should be entraining the circulation right now. But it's not happening. It's not happening. The storm is holding its structure. The eye wall becoming a bit better defined now, actually, although it is opening up to the southeastern side. The strongest winds now coming on shore, actually, in the dry air. The good point to say that the south side may not have an eye wall right now, or part of it may not have an eye wall, but it's just now jogging a bit further to the east again. I'm going to be hit by the western eye wall, so do not venture out into the eye. The winds will calm down momentarily in the eye. And that is always tempting to go outside to check out the damage, but I do not do that. Bad. Because that is a good way and yeah, so not venture out into the eye, bad idea. Don't do that. It's always number one advice. And of course, should say hunker down in your safe space. It's now a category 2, so steps it up a notch. Should still be fine in a well-built structure, not in a mobile home. Mobile home not safe. House, frame house, away from windows, probably safe, unless we're about to be hit by the storm surge. That's bad. So that's the sort of thing, and kind of putting you in a tough spot because you would want to be in the lowest floor of a sturdy building for the winds. We definitely don't want to be in the lowest floor if you're near the coast for the storm surge. Storm surge is going to ruin your day. Storm surge is a lot more dangerous than the wind. So always protect yourself from the storm surge first. In these conditions, unless you are in the worst part of the storm, the interior room on the upper floor of a sturdy building should be fine. I mean, if the roof flies away, and you get wet. And truth be told, maybe, your second floor collapses, but you're in a frame house, so you're probably not going to die. I would certainly rather have part of the house collapse, even if it means I'm falling through the floor onto the ground. Then again, you are in the water anyway. I'd rather have part of the house collapse around me than drown in the storm surge. But that's always, if you stay behind, you're putting yourself in a tough spot. Whether you're putting yourself at risk to the storm surge or more risk to the winds. But safe space, again, make sure that water does not overtake you. And for what we know, if you are in this area down here, that is now the time actually when the strongest winds are coming, because there are apparently, even though there is no eye wall here, in the eastern quadrant where we have these flight level winds up to 90 knots at the 100 miles per hour. Actually, reduced flight level winds up to 99 knots, 115 miles per hour thereabout, as reduced to the surface. But yeah, we're having the eye coming on shore now. The center, the exact center, which is the official point of landfall, not so far away, and then may wait for the other eye wall to cross a landfall, and then probably going to end this stream. But for the time being, we are still waiting for that landfall to occur relatively imminently now, as the center begins to come on shore. And that is going. It's now the most dangerous times. All the cameras out there are wild as well. And so, yeah, we can only wait now for the point of landfall. Probably the next half an hour or so, maybe less, maybe more. We will see. Actually, maybe can pull up a webcam here. There's not really any cameras in this vicinity here. However, Storm Chaser POVs, I want to have those up. So yeah, not really anything in terms of cameras that I'm aware of. But yeah, we are now only moments away from the point of landfall. But yeah, we are now going to have an imminent landfall. Still have this up. I won't have this up. I have this up. The visible satellite imagery of Francine now beginning to fall apart again. What did reconnaissance find on their very latest pass through the eastern semicircle? Once again, finding wind bars in the 90 knot range or thereabout. 90 to 100 knot range, and minimum extrapolated pressure now down to 971.3 millibars. So still dropping in pressure, still dropping in intensity. So increasing in intensity, um, extrapolated pressure is again the flight level pressure down as surface. You see the convection blowing up here actually as the eye comes onshore. That's due to frictional effects from the interaction with the terrain. Terrain is not particularly rugged, but yeah, we are now only moments away from the landfall of dangerous Hurricane Francine as she makes her very final approach. So now landfall not so far away, only a very short time. So that is what we are waiting for right now, is for that landfall to occur. And then the last part of the eye wall to come on shore. And then I will quickly have to BRB to eat something. So yeah, now awaiting the landfall point of Hurricane Francine. Now, not so long away is he the eye, ever more so emerging over land. Emerging over land doesn't make sense. We say it's emerging over water, but I don't think, other than rambling on a stream, would I say emerging over land. Something is emerging over land. That is quite the sentence to say. Quite the thing to say, for sure. Oh, they're loading. So, yeah, not much time left until this thing makes landfall. Yeah, landfall now, it appears imminent. My friend, see, we're only, yeah, we're not far away from landfall, that's for sure. Less than half an hour, I would say. I mean, we are, maybe less than half, maybe not less than an hour. Remember, like half an hour. But yeah, we can only, I mean, at this point, there's not really going to be any change in intensity. It is now a category 2 on the Saffir Simpson scale, so don't know. Well, we don't know. We don't know any higher intensity, that's for sure. And now it's only a matter of time, really, until it does make landfall. Not really anything that will happen, can happen between now and landfall. It would certainly be weird if more were to be happening now to this storm. Because now, and now we wait for the arrival of the landfall. But yeah, we are now waiting for the time of landfall, which is not so far away. Cannot. But now, not much time between now and landfall, and not much will happen between now and landfall. So wait for the trainer watch to verify. And yeah, we see the structure now not really changing much anymore. Actually, the eye wall becoming more eroded now as it comes on shore. Interestingly, it's the side facing away from land that is becoming more and more eroded. The side on land is still being invigorated by the frictional convergence with the coast. And this other side is the one being overtaken with the dry air, and the wind shear is acting on the system. We are now only moments away from landfall. Again, it's the Category 2 on the Saffir Simpson Scale, life-threatening storm surge, damaging winds, ongoing at this time. You kind of have to choose if you are left behind in the landfall area, the lesser of two evils, whether you want to protect yourself from the storm surge or the winds. I would recommend protect yourself from the storm surge first. Seek higher ground inside of your house. Ideally, you don't want to be outside, that's for sure. If you have an upper floor, I would go there, even though this is more dangerous in terms of the winds. For winds, you want to be on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. But again, the storm surge, man, the water is going to be a bigger hazard. Fortunately, though, your house may be swept away. That's also the reality. But at this point, you're still in your house. There's not much you can do. I mean, certainly not a leave, not with the water approaching, with the winds being this strong. So we were kind of screwed in that case if your house starts drifting away. And only hold on for dear life. Grab, I don't know, a tree or whatever, palm tree, I don't know. Man, the storm surge is the most dangerous thing with this. That is for her. That's the thing people should be most afraid of. That's the thing, if anything, you should evacuate for. Not necessarily the winds, unless you're talking about a Category 3 or a higher, and the winds become also an issue. You should evacuate, but the storm surge probably as well, unless, of course, the high coastal area. Of course, there's also freshwater flooding from rainfall. That's a problem with the storm. Moderate risks allowed. We have a tornado threat as well, although it has not really materialized as of yet. So a whole palette of hazards available here. But yeah, we are now talking about a Category 2, as I said earlier, so this is strengthening as it, or has been strengthening as far approach landfall, not weakening as we thought it would. It's probably due to the jet interaction offsetting the negative effects of shear. But again, we always dislike to see a storm that is strengthening on its final approach to landfall, because that is usually a bad sign. But yeah, we are now talking about the Category 2 winds of 100 miles per hour. And yeah, the pressure is relevant for it is 100 miles per hour. I actually forgot what the gusts were. Gusts probably about 120 miles per hour gusts. Some pretty vicious gusts here indeed. So that is the current situations we await. The imminent landfall. Actually, looking at the radar picture right now, is now probably tracking a bit further towards the northeast again. If anybody watching has any questions, remarks, points arising, put them in chat. So I am monitoring the chat. So if you have anything to say, then say it. But yeah, we are now only not so far away until landfall. And then we cannot wait now. We cannot but wait for landfall to occur. Still monitoring. There's not really anything going on in terms of tornado activity, because I'm also monitoring. There are some areas of rotation now further north than the precipitation shield, some broad rotation. There's one over Lake Maracas, I believe, is a special marine warning for water spouts possible. So a special marine warning having a bit of a lower threshold. So there is a special marine warning on Lake Maracas, I think that is. Is that Lake Maracas or is it Lake Pontchartrain? Not sure. We have a flash flood warning now. That is relatively new. Radar indicator for Uma, Deloc, Chauvin, Bayou, Cane, and Montague and Gravy. That is a flash flood warning for northeastern Terrebonne Parish in southeastern Louisiana. That's where the Iowa first came on shore. And we still have that flash flood warning for the Mary Parish in south central Louisiana. So that is what is happening at the moment as we await the landfall of this dangerous hurricane. Now I would say it's probably in half an hour. As you can tell, I'm bad at estimating landfall time. And yeah, we cannot. But yeah, we see there. I see the kind of whittling down, and then becoming better defined at a landfall. Now the highest belief fall apart again. But yeah, kind of what we were waiting for right now. Mm-hmm. Well, that's a lot of storm surge. What is this? So yeah, at this point, next position update from the National Hurricane Center, 15 minutes away, folks. 15 minutes away. Are we getting new radar frames? We are. Mm-hmm. No, maybe we're not. No, next news radar frame is already quite a ways past. So let's look at the radar scope scan. Landfall now expected further east. Maybe then I mean, landfall has been trending east. Anyhow. But yeah, we are now waiting a landfall imminently with tropical, I say tropical storm Francine, with Hurricane Francine on our final approach to landfall. Landfalling, and we regard when the center of the eye comes on shore. That is what we regard to be the landfall of a tropical cyclone, and that is going to come in the not so distant future. Again, I see the cirrus level outflow fanning out. Can't help but noticing that cirrus level outflow, these feathery white clouds fanning out into all four quadrants, also fanning out above the rain shield up here, certainly fanning out towards the north, because that's where the poleward outflow from the jet is. And that is a radial outflow a lot. And one thing that gives me positive about this is that usually the conventional wisdom is that you have this outflow fanning into 3 out of 4 quadrants, then you should consider that rapid intensification is ongoing or imminent. And, well, it could indicate that it was rapidly intensifying up until landfall, which would, of course, be very, very weird. Does not correspond to some aspect of the satellite presentation does correspond to others. I am reminded of the fact that the advanced Borak technique current intensity number has increased to 5.0. It's jumped up quite a bit earlier today. Now the raw T number is still 5.0. The current intensity number is 4.5. So the hurricane force winds now firmly onshore. The surge is hammering the Louisiana inner eye wall approaches. So we are tracking the eye wall live, they say. Okay, so the eye wall is coming on. Oh, yeah. Oh, so that is. That is indeed happening. Right now, as the eye has come on shore, the landfall is not so far away. In fact, one might say it's imminent. This is the enhanced infrared satellite imagery. Sees convective bursts on the northern flank, probably result of the frictional effects of land interaction. See this on the visible. Most of the CDO is now collapsed, except for this northern flank here. The eye can still sort of see where the center would be, and the center not yet on shore. So this is a bit older. We're not getting new radar frames from the radar floater since earlier today. So getting no new radar data at all on psychologicwx.com. The extrapolated pressure 970 millibars still decreasing based on the new pass. And so that is now the new extrapolated pressure on the latest pass that they just said, just offshore. They find that the minimum extrapolated pressure, or they found the minimum extrapolated pressure to have dropped all the way to 9. I still see 970. Where do you see 970.4? 972, 971.3. That's not what I see. Is it here? I don't see 970 extract. I only see 971.3 extrapolated pressure. Those drops on pressure still 972 millibars. So it is based on this. It's doing the thing. Francine, that's not the script. Little mission finished. So I think they are now actually done with mission number 14 into Francine. I keep being told the extract pressure is 970 millibars. I don't see that on the psychologicwx.com. thingamabadoo on the current mission. Reconnaissance in Easter Eye, while not finding very strong winds via drop zone. So we only found the flight level winds that support its intensity. The max, now having a drop zone, they have a maximum wind band, 87 knots, 78 knots. The eye pressure was 972 millibars via drop zone. And I would imagine they deploy a new drop zone right here. Their final pass appears through 971.3 millibar extrapolated pressure. Actually, that's on the. Now I'm actually not getting the new data in here either. It's 2101. I just realized it's an hour ago. So not really getting the new data here. Data server ceased functioning. force.ux.com. Too many people using it, I suppose. I don't know. Raw data file. Already 99 knot flight level winds. 102 knot flight level winds. And I'm seeing 102 knot flight level winds. Crazy. 970, 960. No. So it's doing the thing it's not supposed to do. Again, naughty Francine that we are having here right now. Oh, there we go. There we go. Now I just need a bit of complaining here. There's a new radar frequency convection now waning at the eye. The center is almost on shore now. So the center is almost on shore, guys. We have almost done it. We've almost achieved a landfall. Or Francine's almost achieved. She has done it. She's almost done it. But it seems like I need to do a restart of the data server. I think I just saw flight level wind 102 knots. That's even higher on this latest pass. Ever so slightly higher. It's not supporting any higher intensities still, but next position update from the National Hurricane Center. Expected imminently the next 3 minutes. Yes, sir. 102 knot flight level winds. Which, let's run the numbers, shall we? I'm not sure. I don't think it. 102 times 0.9 equals 91 knots, 92 knots. It's not really any change in there. And there we go. The National Hurricane Center has released a new bulletin. And it is the bulletin that I have at least been waiting for because it's always becoming raspy. Hurricane Francine tropical cyclone update. National Hurricane Center. Francine makes landfall in southern Louisiana. 500 p.m. CDT position update. Francine has made landfall in southern Louisiana, the parish of Terrebonne, about 30 miles southwest of Morgan City. As a Category 2 hurricane, maximum sustained winds are estimated to be near 100 miles per hour. 155 kilometers per hour. Minimum sea level pressure 976 millibars. So that is the breaking news. Breaking news. Francine, breaking, his new breaking. Francine makes a landfall in Louisiana. So we now have a landfall. Finally, National Hurricane Center landfall. Dangerous hurricane Francine makes landfall in Louisiana. So that is the new update. So Francine has now made landfall. According to the National Hurricane Center, the landfall is official. She's not done what she'd been told to do, which was to weaken. She needs strengthened. I suppose you could say she would not let us mansplain what she was supposed to do or not do. Francine was an emancipated woman that did not let us tell her what she was supposed to do. Still part of the eye wall, needing to come on shore within the coming hours, a coming hour or so. Still part of the eye wall left to come on shore. Still nothing of the tornado watch. Nothing has come of that as of me saying this. But yeah, Francine has now made a landfall. And now we wait for more to happen. Actually, I'm just waiting for the eye wall to finish coming on shore. If that, actually, my voice becoming very raspy right now. The eye wall still coming on shore right now. Yeah, we are now post landfall for Francine. That's a breaking news. Top of this hour, National Hurricane confirmed Francine has indeed made her landfall, and now we are waiting for the remainder of the eye wall to come on shore, and then we will wait and see what happens. The remainder of the eye wall imminently about to come on shore very soon. But yeah, we are now. This is a post landfall for Francine, and going to go on. I don't actually know. Sean the Winter and Sarah Eye Wall. What the heck? What the hell? What the hell? Really early is the perfect time to take out your Corvette. Yeah, perfect day. I mean, person left their property behind. But yeah. Now, going to further come on shore, the winds in the western eye wall are probably weaker right now, which is one of more reports here. Report power lines down over highway. This is just south of Chauvin. No meteorologist. If I said meteorologiat. That was quite weird. A bit of flooding there. Meteorologiat. I mean, maybe someone does have the meteorologiat. Last reported position has made landfall somewhere in the marshland. I just realized there's nothing there to make landfall. It's made landfall. Like barely made landfall. Just barely land where it landfall. So, but it is a landfall nonetheless. And now, continuing to move on shore, does Hurricane Francine, bringing live threatening storm surge, damaging hurricane force winds. But yeah, we are now having landfall already occurred, and now Yeah, the center is not come on shore, and honestly, that western eye wall is creeping toward land. Not sure I want to really stay on for that to occur because it's just very slowly making its way inland. The eye wall is very slowly coming on shore at the moment. So we are now, again, as I said, we're now post landfall for Francine. Center about a few miles, probably inland. And now waiting for this to go through. But yeah, we are now post landfall. Francine continue to come on shore. And yeah, that western eye wall very slow. Still no tornadoes, which is good. And that eastern eye wall is to lash. Now Delac and Chauvin and Montagut. It's probably not how you pronounce it. And Cut Off. I forgot about Cut Off. And Golden Meadow and Galano and La Rose. I think now is not the right time to comment about American town names, is it? You want to see where the eye wall is right now on the radar? See, radar scope. There you go. There you can see there's the eye wall coming on shore, the eastern portion of the eye wall coming on shore into the Lac, Chauvin, Montague area, and winds, strong winds. So great circle, best circle. I make the best circles. Going into like places like Cut Off up here in Golden Meadow as well. So people in the Lac probably now getting the worst of the eye wall, where we briefly had winds of over 100 miles per hour. How much is over 100 miles per hour? Yes, briefly had winds of over 100 miles per hour, measured aloft. And here is the other portion of the eye wall I mentioned creeping in. And there's, of course, the southern eye wall also coming to bear still for these places. And remember, we are not able to catch these winds on the Doppler velocity radar on the eastern side that well, because there's not a lot of precipitation. And on the south side too, there are probably some strong winds in here as well. We just can't measure them because of the radar does not work that way. The radar only works with the precipitation that comes out of these showers and the velocities that the rain droplets have. And on the other side, we also have places like Baldwin, like Sharonton, and like Franklin, and like Patterson and Morgan City being lashed by the probably slightly weaker northwestern eye wall of Francine. The northeastern eye wall that's currently hitting the Lac It is probably the most damaging of the bunch. I have probably decided I'm going to stay on for about 15 minutes or so. Probably less. Anyway, that landfall, that location probably getting the worst of the owl right now. Zooming out a little bit, we see some broad rotation with the supercell over Boodle and over Lulling and over Destrahan. Yeah, but it's not really anything to worry about at the moment. So not really seeing the tornado threat come to bear, which is good. Right here is a supercell. Oh, this is a shower. And there's the inflow region right there. That's a supercell right there as well. Oh, this one looks like there's a rotation area there. Yeah, see it right there. This is also having an updraft region right there. And it's down here. Possibly also supercells. These supercells are all relatively shallow in terms of their convection, in terms of their radar reflectivities, because there's not a lot of instability to work with here. So they're not really doing the thing right now, which is good. Very, very good news indeed. That we are not really seeing the tornado threat come to bear right now, but certainly areas around the lack thoughts with the people there. They're getting the worst of the storm. The storm surge as well there is quite bad right now. Eugene Island reporting wind gusts of 99 knots, 105 miles per hour. Wind gust, not sustained wind. Sustained wind probably lower than that, but it is certainly impressive nonetheless. So yeah, I want to quickly clarify this storm. It actually weakened. It actually weakened on having the radar up is actually nice. They should have done this earlier, having the radar scope app up. Because I actually go in the browser window and tap out of the browser, because the browser, when I tap out, it like stops the animation. The radar doesn't. The radar app doesn't. So I'm stupid. I'm stupid for not switching to radar scope app earlier. I should switch to this whenever I want to like look something up on my screen. That would have been so smart. Fortunately, I'm not smart. Fortunately, I'm stupid. I am very stupid indeed. The eye wall coming on shore in that area. So but yeah, now I have the strongest area of the landfall of the eye wall moving over to this part of the coast near the lac. Right there. Still measuring winds aloft of about 110 miles per hour. Right there. So it's 110 mile per hour winds aloft. But yeah, currently the worst winds affecting the lac area at the moment. cyclonicwx.com always have second sources, and always have second sources, guys. So yeah, the lock. The lock's still getting hammered by those winds. There's probably strong winds. Actually, it's not the surface all winds. Actually, the winds further down pretty much the same. And I just want to say this area on here, I don't think that places like Chauvin are not getting the same winds as the lack is getting. It's just that the radar here does not work. Like, it's not just a wind radar. Like, you need rain, and there is no rain coming down in this area, so it cannot capture any Doppler velocities there. Same on the southern side. There are probably hurricane force winds somewhere in here, especially these gaps right here where there's not any precipitation there for those winds to come down like that. But there's precipitation here. There's the southwestern quadrant, which is probably the weakest quadrant. But yeah, it's now 28 minutes past the hour, and my throat has started to hurt about an hour ago. There's currently no one watching. The vocal cords have given out some time ago. Vocal cords, like the throat hurting is the vocal cords, saying they've got enough talkie. So what I'm actually gonna do is I'm gonna put this stream probably on automated now. Shot of the one viewer just joined and they're left again. Putting the stream on automated now leaves. And because I'm gonna go to bed in about an hour and a half, and if there is a tornado warning, I will come back live in person talking. And then I want to go to bed and turn the stream off, and that's it. So